Damn, what is up, my internet friends? Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. I don't feel too oppressively here. That is to say, things don't feel too oppressively real at the moment. Or I don't feel racked with inner tension. Or I'm not fully me, which is a good thing. Let me give you this perspective. Maybe this is more reflective in a sense. Of what we are today. Let me give you a little break from the kind of subject-object perception that's likely to be activated by you looking at my face. But maybe if you look at my face for long enough, we can break through that. Maybe we'll try that later. But for now, look, it doesn't feel even particularly important what we're looking at. I just came to the nearest spot, really, where it seems likely that I can walk for a long time without encountering many, if any, people. But as such, you know, just determining this location kind of pragmatically, it seems just perfectly suitable, you know? We're not indulging in any pristine nature, and neither are we just kind of like simply and didactically making an environmental statement because, you know, sure, there's logging here, but it's not so easy to simply designate a logging operation as nothing but destruction. Because if you are, you're gonna have to stop building houses and stuff like that out of wood. But what I mean to be getting at is we're at a place that has a kind of normalness to it. I think, even if it's not normal to you, it's we're in a place that's like, you know, very much of our world. I don't Forget I said that. Never mind. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we're looking at, where we are. I'm more interested in what we are. Or why we are. I get the impression that the answers to those two different questions might be the same. Or they might, answer each other. I think this is better for now. No bonding with me. Don't focus on me. In fact, stop thinking about me altogether. There's no point, Don't worry about me. This isn't about me. I'm walking uphill at the moment, and I also feel like I'm thinking uphill a little bit. The unknowing of why I'm doing this continues to be real. But I'm slogging forth. I'm slogging forth. And maybe we'll arrive at some clarity. I do feel somewhat connected to the emptiness of things. I don't know. We could probably go up on that hill. What do I mean by the emptiness of things? I don't know. I can't say for sure because as much as I'm gonna try to say that things are empty, the opposite is true. I don't know how to articulate it. Like, you know how things kind of aren't really true? That's not a good articulation. That'll be misconstrued. What's going on here? What am I doing here? With this video, I feel as if well, as if I really don't know what I'm doing. So I'm just gonna go ahead and keep trying to talk, and just even you know, I'm gonna try and continue on even though it all feels inadequate. Both what I have to say feels inadequate, and my ability to articulate what I'm thinking feels inadequate, but also what I'm thinking keeps seeming inadequate. But I'm just going to, as a matter of process, go forth with speaking from a place of feeling, you know, lots of uncertainty, and just keep moving on and trying to continue to speak more or less coherently, actually. Like it's not like I really have something to say and that I'm trying to figure out how to articulate it at this point. It's more just talking like as a process to manifest something. And it's more like the thoughts are it's closer to the thoughts manifesting in and from this process of speaking, rather than having a big idea and trying to say it or anything like that. And it's continuing to be a form of work at this moment, because each time I end a sentence or a train of thought, I am back at that point of not having anything to say. Like at this point, like at this instance, for example. But in that instance, I was able to find something to say just by continuing to narrate the observation of the fact of not having anything to say. And I'm also like not so interested now in stating the types of observations about my feelings or my state in what feels like a relatively coarse way of saying. So for instance, like I could say that like it feels tiring walking up this hill. That sort of thing is not so interesting to me at all, really. I'm more just like wanting to stick to this like more reflexive way of speaking, because even now, such a statement like I'm feeling tired walking up this hill doesn't feel real, doesn't feel like the level of truth that I'm interested in. It doesn't feel like the level of being that I'm interested in. I guess you could say that I'm more interested in the state. I don't know. More interested in the quality of my awareness or something like that, and I guess more subtle goings on of my mind. And I will say though, it does seem pertinent to say that I am feeling like kind of feelings of embarrassment or inadequacy upon hearing myself refer to things like my mind. I suppose because there are some ideas present that of an alternate way of perceiving that does not involve such subject-object dichotomies. And maybe I am actually starting to get little glimpses of that way of being. And getting like a slightly more removed vantage point from my own thoughts and from my speaking, and the continuous speaking in some way being some kind of aid to that, because as I go on long enough I can kind of experience observing my speaking which results in some way of observing the thoughts that are coming forward in maybe a more clear way. Still there are a lot of thoughts about I still am having various judgmental thoughts about the quality of my thinking, like the clarity of my thinking and my articulateness, and also things like my repetitiveness and noticing the patterns of myself that repeat, and then I feel alienated from those. Even this very train of thought that I'm speaking right now is something that I've said many times before in walking and talking, and so this cycle is kind of continuing where I'm saying things like I'll say something that when I started to say it felt like it's coming from what I would consider to be me, but by the time I finished saying it I feel alienated from that, and because I recognize that aspect of what I would call me to be a more or less unconscious pattern that just repeats itself. And so what I am identifying with becomes separated from that pattern of thought, and so there is a feeling of embarrassment or alienation that comes with that isn't exactly comfortable. But I also have this notion that that's an important thing to go through anyways if I want to get to a place of more openness, you could say, or something like on the spectrum closer to authenticity, even though I don't really believe in any kind of pure authenticity as, being a like inherently autonomous self or something who can actually be original and authentic, but it does seem possible to like dig through the layers of selfhood to at least get closer to alignment with the source of creativity that is not exactly like an individual self, but is like the big self that is not differentiated from world. Anyhow, let me take my jacket off. I'm starting to get warmed up. It takes some time to get warmed up. It takes some time to slog through those like calcified, superficial layers of self. I'm still just getting warmed up. Who knows how much more warmed up we could get. I do think that this process of like continual disidentification with myself is going to continue for a while, because like even right now, I can kind of observe the formulation of sentences happening, and realize that that activity is not something that's like completely attached to, you know, what I'm currently identifying as like the locus of control, or like what the I really is. It's like I can observe these sentences being formulated, and it's like something else. It's like that's happening kind of automatically. I mean, it's not totally disconnected, I guess. I feel like I could have a better vocabulary to describe these things. But then it might just, it doesn't necessarily mean it would be easier to understand, though. I rely to a large extent on like the idea of mirroring of experience. So like imagining that the quality of my experience may have a significant effect on the quality of your experience. And so very often that comes into my mind as a mode of evaluating this video, strangely enough, is whether I'm having an experience that seems worthwhile or not. And upon saying that, it seems important to think about that in a totally different way. Because now it becomes clear that it's not so much a type of experience that it's like, I don't know, darn it, I apparently have not much focus at the moment. It becomes clear that a good or a bad experience, or worthwhile or not worthwhile, doesn't necessarily fully apply to this. Like, first of all, even to classify this as an experience feels objectifying in an unnecessary way. Like, what the hell is an experience? Like, there isn't one. You can't pin it down. It's only, you know, the only way you can create an experience is by mentally reducing something into something it's not. And so it's more of like a mental model But if you actually look for substance in this as an experience, like look for the substance of this experience, like what is real about it, I feel like you can't finally arrive at something. There's no like core granule or kernel of solidity or within this. And so, I mean, I could say something like, let's examine this experience very closely, and there's meaning in that, but the meaning followed leads towards something that's empty. I may not be conjuring up the best amount of focus or concentration at the moment to kind of like follow these investigations continuously, but we'll keep trogging along here and see if that increases over time. There's still some sloughing off of you know, normal living as an individual who needs to get something. Of dopaminergic pathways running their course and controlling the body, and being out of disequilibrium, leading to an experience of limited self. Oh yeah, here's this hill we could go up. There's still a little bit of feeling of confusion, but there's some kind of work being accomplished. Even as I become, I don't know, even as we experience the inadequacy of this, the dumbness of this, the very real questions about whether this is a worthwhile expenditure of our time. And so if we feel this discomfort of recognizing lacks and flaws, maybe in what we perceive to be ourself, and our self-image starts to crumble in a way that's not comfortable. But I think more valuably is like a dissolution of the like apparent concreteness of things like self and other and world or like experience. Like I have this feeling like there's nothing actually happening at all. But then conversely at the same time we could say that something is always happening. Like there's always change, you know? Like everything is all, you know, all kind of like phenomenal existence is essentially change and thus inherently empty. And then at the same time, it's like I kind of want to say that to imply that everything is inherently change, like also kind of implicit in that is something constant, something unchanging, that like necessarily has to be there to compare against. Like how could change be registered if there weren't a constant for it to be contrasted against or perceived from? If everything is constantly changing, which it's not too hard to realize that that's the truth, then what is the constant that's able to register that change? What is constant in you? What is the part that has continuity of you? What's the part that doesn't change? And I want to say that the part that is constant and that doesn't change in you is the same thing as in me. And the constant part that doesn't change, it is something that's actually meaningless to apply distinctions like you and me or world. But it's the changing aspects, it's the changing and temporary aspects that constitute anything that could be distinguished in these more limited concepts such as you or I or world. Let me just keep talking here because I'm increasingly recognizing this talking, this communication as being the most significant aspect of this experience. Even though I am experiencing this communication as empty, so to speak, that is experiencing all the words that I'm saying to be, in a sense, arbitrary fragmentations of a reality that is much more like expansive and pervasive and connected. I want to say something like it's still these fragmentations, these words which I could speak of as limited, that are having an effect of connecting you and I, which of course is a plainly obvious thing to say that doesn't really need to be said. And in fact now it dawns increasingly on me that everything I'm saying in a sense doesn't need to be said, but I wouldn't be at this place of realizing that it doesn't need to be said without having said all this so far, which in some sense is kind of another way of accepting what I perceive as the past. But it's something like the limited or fragmented or individuated aspects of selfhood in a sense are necessary for unity to be perceived or experienced at all, and therefore necessary for unity to exist at all. Like even if you took sorry, my mind's all a jumble in metaphors here. So I am kind of like making broad strokes with a sloppy brush in the dark. But bear with it, and we'll see if we can't make some more clear sense out of this mess. Like if you took the body as metaphor, man, I keep being blown over by the obviousness of everything that I want to say. Like everything that I want to say keeps striking me, like when I'm approaching it, striking me as something insightful, and then once I hold it in my mind for a moment, it's like that's not insightful at all. It's just the most obvious thing to say. So like what I was gonna say is, you took the body as metaphor. You could never realize something like the whole body without the limited functions of all its parts. You know, but then that's so obvious that even the concepts of a whole body or a part of a body start to fall apart. Like obviously even the concept of the whole body is not even meaningful without the concept of all the parts. Like in the concept of the whole at all is contained necessarily the sort of opposing concepts of the self, the many, and the limited, the fragments, the parts. And yeah, just now I was kind of like realizing again just noticing these thoughts kind of going on by themselves and eating themselves in a way, or each subsequent thought seems to negate the last one in terms of like rendering the last one either meaningless or irrelevant. And I'm thinking again about both the meaninglessness of this practice as a whole, but it's actually in a sense a preferable kind of meaninglessness than the alternatives that I can think of. And also that's not really true, because also there's some kind of there's something in me that knows, in some sense, this is also a meaning-making practice. And I have some kind of faith that the running up against the meaninglessness is an important part of meaning making. Like I have to actually confront the meaninglessness of things in order to be moving along on this process of making meaning. Someone said recently, it was Forrest Landry actually, I heard him say that there's nothing meaningful that is not alive, and there's no aliveness that is not meaningful, which resonates as true to me. And I have this concept alive in my head that this activity does tend to bring me into closer connection with the most essential and important aspect of being alive, and in that sense makes me most alive. Even in, and you know, like, and the difficulty of making sense is really inherent in that, inextricable. Like, you could say that this is one way of containing the like inherent problematic nature of being alive in a type of container that allows for some like process of coherence to take place. You know, just in a sense, it amplifies the problem, or magnifies it, I should say. In a way that allows it to move along. To move more swiftly to the next problem. I mean, and it's not like the problem, that like the problematicness is essentially, is kind of essentially the same, and it just has different kind of iterations or manifestations. And in the duration of this, I'm able to recognize that a little more clearly. Like I can kind of choose to locate a large degree of the inherent problematicness of living into this practice, and as such, it's like it kind of resolves it to some degree from the rest of my life. And just kind of a surface level like way of observing that is like, after going through a walking and talking in which I'll, you know, experience any number of sort of like crisis-like states, or experience a void of meaning or a crumbling of my identity, any of those sorts of things, by the end of it, it's like there's a kind of potential that's built up where I can, it's like kind of like a return to life with renewed meaning. And renewed motivation to live life. Like being able to actually settle into the emptiness without struggling to grasp onto things that appear solid, without resistance. And then by settling into that emptiness, you can actually expand a lot. Like burning off the slash. What's this? Maybe I shouldn't touch that. I mean, yeah, it's probably kind of a cliche metaphor, but burning off the slash so that new stuff can grow. And then, of course, you know, the new stuff's gonna have to get burned at some point also. Or die and rot, and then, you know, whatever. Cycle of life metaphor. But that feels, you know, that feels too easy of a metaphor. Let me remove a layer. We're still warming up. I just want to say, you're doing a great job of watching or listening. I am impressed. I'm impressed that you've stuck with me thus far. as we like, you know, as we do a little like 4-hour dopamine fast, induced by my refusal to appear in front of the camera and let you neurochemically bond with me. Hey, we can just stare at this clear cut for a long time as a dopamine fast. You know what I'm saying? Wean ourselves off the soothing images of nature. Ugh. I feel a little out of sorts and a little foggy, but glad to be here with you. I'm a little soiled. You know, I'm a little psycho-spiritually soiled. By, you know, like less than not right living. Wait, what? By less than totally right living. Less than totally faithful practice. Leaves, you know, I'm currently in the process of wiping away the residue. I know I say that like almost every time, and you must be starting to ask yourself, you know, how can I trust this guy? Isn't there somebody, maybe there's somebody else out there who's a little more on the Johnny, who practices what they preach a little more faithfully. You might be right. But you know, maybe we don't have to draw a line between the practicing and the preaching, at least in this moment. At least you know, this. It's like, in a sense there's residue, but in another sense, like, let's let go of thinking about residue and just look at what's going on right here and now, and, you know, do what's appropriate for here and now, and not continue to beat ourselves up with this idea of residue in some kind of way that is not productive, because it might, like, just, you know, lead towards, you know, let's not go into like I've screwed up, or I've not lived the best, and therefore what's the point, you know? That's just not, there's no reason to think in that mode, actually. Because in a sense, like, those concepts aren't really real. I mean, on some, like, they have some kind of reality on some level, I guess, I suppose. Like, they're not totally pointless. They're not totally pointless ideas or concepts. But I think that what they actually point to is, like, right now, okay, what do we do now? What is meaningful and appropriate to do right now? Like, there's another thing that Forrest Landry said yesterday that was something to the effect, and I'm paraphrasing and possibly rewording this a little bit, that to the extent that we conceive of ourselves as the problem, we're gonna, like, you know, be stuck in continuing to be a problem. But it's only once we can kind of, like, conceive of ourselves as, like existing, like, for the purpose of being the solution. That's when that might start to actually happen. But you know, solution isn't exactly what I'm getting at. I mean, like, I do have a feeling that in some sense let's climb up on a stump. Let's get ourselves a more appropriate pulpit. Let's get on the fucking pulpit. Yeah, how about that? Look at you. Look at you. You're on the pulpit. That being alive at all, and like I guess, like, what I'm pointing at as essential to being alive is being conscious, having a subjectivity at all, you know? Just, like, look at this fact that there is experience whatsoever. See? You have it. See? There's something. Right? You're experiencing something. Check it out. There's something. There is experience, at least. There appears to be something experiencing. You can't say I'm wrong. Like, the fact that there's that at all is like, pretty much is inherently connected to the phenomenon of having choice, of being able to make a decision. And when I say this is a different, I'm talking about something different than the argument of free will. Like, when I say that there is choice, and that's like inherently connected to consciousness to the extent that they're basically synonymous, This isn't about making an argument for free will, because what I'm talking about as choice, it's kind of irrelevant whether you consider there to be free will, or whether you consider it all to be like predetermined, or like somehow quantumly random or something like that. It doesn't really matter. Because like to me actually that question of free will is actually essentially like a question of like self versus world, of like whether you're an autonomous individual, or whether you're so inherently interconnected with the world that you're what choices would ostensibly be attributable to you as an individual are ultimately attributable to the mechanized, the machinations of the world, and the fundamental physical processes that were, set in motion at the beginning of time, if there was such a thing as the beginning of time, etc. And so, like, as such, I personally don't believe in free will, except to the extent that we are laboring under the illusion of individual as autonomous. But so regardless of that, there's still something that I'm calling choice, which is like it's like whether it's felt as individually or like as originating, from the world at large. It is like this connection to the act of becoming, of there is this experience of like the potentiality of the future. We can see that the past is set, is inalterable, and that the future is alterable. It's like the definition of the two. And what we are as consciousness, like the fact that you can experience, that there is experience at all, is dependent on this nexus between the two. It is the nexus between the two. Because the potentiality of the future, like the future that we can imagine, is a projection that we create out of what we know, i.e. the past. Like we're taking what is inalterable, what is, and kind of that's that's the stuff that the possibilities of the future are constructed out of. You know what I mean? Like what we could imagine for the future is based on what we know of. But yeah, like this imagination being like an essentially like subjective phenomenon. and like heavily involved in choice. I'm a little like I know I'm like getting a little bit jumbled here, but like for just like some kind of more personal anecdote or something, I'm someone who sometimes I can have a really hard time making a decision about something. Especially a decision that will, significantly affect my future. Like maybe a decision about whether to move somewhere or where to move somewhere, or whether to like continue pursuing a relationship with someone or not, or like whether to go to school or apply for a certain job, or those sorts of things. The weight of how those will affect the future can weigh heavily on my conscience and make it really hard for me to decide, even though, considering all the factors, it's like I can't come to one being clearly better than the other. That's what the hard decisions are. The ones where it's not like one decision isn't clearly better than the other. And interestingly, like in the weighing of options and considering a difficult decision like that, I will realize very clearly that whichever path becomes reality, I'll just continue to, that'll be my reality, and then it's like, that'll be the basis from which I'll make other decisions, and like in a sense it just doesn't matter that much, because each path is like appears to be equally tenable. But what I'm getting at is that those really difficult decisions kind of directly point me towards the real core of my subjectivity. They really tend to like pull me towards the like ever becoming aspect of reality. And it's like kind of paradoxical that sometimes that what makes the decision so difficult is the knowing that either way is going to be basically okay. Because the decisions that aren't difficult like that, where it's clear, they're like they're not so much of a decision. They don't weigh on my conscience so heavily, Like there are so many decisions that you just have to consider the options for a little bit, and one option becomes clearly preferable, and it doesn't like pull you into some kind of like metaphysical analysis of reality. But those difficult decisions that do pull you into a metaphysical analysis of reality are interesting, for me at least. I gotta remember that I have to go that way. But yeah, like what I'm getting at with all of that is that like it pulls me into seeing the emptiness of selfhood, because like those types of decisions like kind of amount to like, who do I want to be? And like the unclarity of like one of those options over the other is, you could say, is like caused by the already like emptiness of the concept of who am I already, like, to begin with. And it's like, then when you really have to make one of those decisions, it becomes a little bit like when in these videos I just kind of start to talk knowing that it's totally empty. Like you just kind of choose one and then like know that becomes reality, and that you then just go from there. And that's like kind of very much what happens in the talking of these videos many times, although like there's also very much of the talking that happens more automatically. So for instance, as ideas manifest, there's some of the talking that's a more or less straightforward expression of an idea or a thought. But then there are also the moments of speaking that are like more heavily tied into the core of the decision-making process, and thus like delve deeper into like who am I and that sort of thing. Look where we are. We're at the top of a hill, and there's just like a perfect little log around here. How can we resist? Ooh, how far will it go? Ooh, still going. And so I want to lean into that and be and, like, you know, make a good habit of diving into that as much as possible. This was a pretty good random spot to pull over. It was just kind of a feeling that this would be a good place to walk. I wonder if this road's gonna circle back around to to the same road that I stepped off of. There's still a lot of residue present in my mind about what I'm doing. That is, there are concepts present about what I'm doing that are interfering. I think. That is, like mentally attempting to reconcile what I'm doing right now in terms, in like varying terms, in varying measures of value. So, like, you know, one fairly obvious measure of value that I don't give too much heedance to is like viewership and viewer retention and the typical kind of YouTube monetization metrics of performance, you know, how some like employee of YouTube would tell me I'm performing or not, based on the analytics. And then there's like me thinking about you, but sometimes that is interfered with by me thinking about specific people. Like maybe there's specific people who an image of them pops out in my mind, who maybe I like know and respect them, and imagine their experience of watching this video, and would desire for them to like it. But that seems I think that's an interfering type of thought. It's not necessarily. It's kind of a guiding thought, I guess. But I would hope to kind of burn through those types of thoughts to like get closer into the hole of, closer into the void. Just more, yeah, more aligned with that nexus of becoming that we could call creativity, but not in the sense that implies the individual as the creator. Okay, so maybe this road doesn't, or maybe it does. I just have to keep in mind that I'm on a different road than I walked in on, and to remember the general direction of where the other road is. Like, for instance, a thought came into my mind of evaluating this particular episode as being stagnant. My performance is kind of like mentally and spiritually stagnant due to the residue of my calcified ideas of what the series is, what I'm doing, what it should be, etc. That's a continual challenge, I think, for probably for any kind of pursuit. I think you know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you've experienced this. You have a maybe you start a job and you come in with all the energy and excitement of a newcomer and feel able to perform well and enjoy it and learn and so on, and then after some time, man, I'm really tempted to go down this road. I think it's okay if I just like commit this intersection to memory so I know how to get back. This road just looks so enticing. If I'm just like I'm looking at this intersection and just remembering to go that way and then to cut across the clear cut to get to the road that I came in on. Just saying that out loud for me. So I'm trying to cut through the doldrum, to decalcify, to be in tune with the sense of discovery again. Maybe it's that I'm rejecting the feeling of dullness. But it's more like rejecting the feeling of dullness of observing my own thinking, getting tired of that, getting tired of, bored with hearing myself repeat the same thought patterns over and over again, and even just the same way of thinking, like a predictable process. You know what I'm talking about. Now, at this moment, I seem to be manifesting a little bit more physiological energy. But is that the answer? Maybe you were noticing that, I mean, I am genuinely impressed that you've stuck with me for this time. But I wonder if you're realizing now, in retrospect, how boring it's been, or how comparatively more interesting it could be. And this is striking me at this moment as like an apt metaphor for living, individually or collectively. Of realizing things could be a lot better. Things could be a lot less boring and predictable and underwhelming and lackluster. Things could be a lot less stupid. Things could be a lot more, humane and affirming of life. And living both on an individual and collective collective scale could be so much more in alignment with what's essential about life. Things essentially what I'm trying to say things could be a lot more alive. If we could effectively burn off the slash and replant. Did you know that I know a forester, and today he and 10 guys are tasked with planting 15,000 trees over a burned area. 15,000 trees in a day. But like what this gets to, like saying things could be a lot more lively. Things could be a lot more better. Life could be better. For like everyone. You know what I'm saying? Like even for the like ostensibly super well off people, like there's gotta be some fucking like creeping like sense of this not quite, you know, looking so good. Like, you know, like even for the billionaires out there, it's like how are we gonna keep this going? Other than like, you know, trying to attain immortality by making androids of ourselves and trying to upload all our thoughts onto a computer, which misses the point entirely. I know I'm scattered. I'm all over the place today. We're still burning off residue. Damn it. We're still burning off the residue of living like a jerk. Not living like a jerk, but more of like a more undirected meaninglessness. Okay, this road's apparently not curving back to the one that I came from. Or does it? Because now it's curving that way. Maybe it does. I'm gonna go back the way I came from. Just so that I know where I am. Am I losing it? Am I losing the magic touch? I'm not in the zone. What's wrong? Can I retroactively make this the zone? Will it make sense later? It seems like that possibility always must exist. The that does seem true. The possibility to like integrate and reconcile the past does seem to always be present. Because how could it not, you know? I mean, you can't change the past, but it's like, how could the past mean that the present is just like irredeemably fucked? I mean, even if in certain senses it is, it's like your orientation in the present is like all that matters. You have to keep doing what's right and what's appropriate in the present, no matter what. Because the present is the only place where choice is. That's the only place where consciousness is. Like this is your consciousness right here and now. This is your potential to choose. So even though I feel some, residue, I'm at least back at work at the moment. Sloughing it off. Maybe making a lackluster episode. To the extent that I can, I just want to feel my subjectivity. I just want to feel it. I just want to, actually experience being alive. That log says logs on it. It is only singular log. Is it possible to roll this one down the hill? I don't know. That was a little less satisfying. Let's see if we can do it. My mind has become dull. My mind became dull through falling into a trough of laziness. Even if that laziness appears externally like conforming to the, societal structures, like from an outsider, like I could say, oh, I'm doing this thing, and they're like, oh, you're a normal person who functions in society, but still there's a laziness involved in that, because I can then to some extent like hold on to this concept of like, oh, I'm conforming to the structure of society. I'm doing what's like generally socially considered productive. So I could tell people I do this, or I'm doing this. I'm a productive member of society, as opposed to this YouTube channel. But the like mild form of security that gives, like, can permit actual, like, psycho-spiritual laziness. Because you know, you have to actually ask, the complex questions, and look at the, you know, complex interconnectedness of everything when you evaluate, what the hell am I doing? It might be better for me to continue abiding in the ostensible uncertainty, unsecurity, the ostensible, like abide in the uncertainty, which is a more truthful way of living, but ostensibly from a societal perspective is, like, scary. But from you know, from an actual, like individually sovereign point of view, it's not really scary. It's actually the, you know, the most security that you could have. Not security for your limited individual self, but the security of, like, being confident that you are actively like, you know, actively fulfilling the most of what it means to be alive. And oriented towards transcending the limited boundaries of self. It's like you're more like world acting through individual. World acting in its interests. Through individual. I still have the dissatisfied feeling, but maybe dissatisfied in my quality of thinking here. Like not quite feeling like I am at that real generative state. But I think it's kind of dawning on me that that might be related to my degree of commitment to this very practice. For instance, when I do these videos infrequently, it's like each individual video starts to take on more significance, and as such I start to evaluate it as an object more than as part of an ongoing process. And so like that type of evaluation may have an inhibiting effect on my performance in them. And so this kind of like calls me to recommit to this practice, towards the regularity of it, of uploading these videos more frequently, for a number of reasons. Like for that, and boy, look at this. Is this just like the earth like fused together by the heat of the fire? Pretty wild. Pretty wild formations created underneath these burn piles. What is all that stuff? Look at that one. That's nuts. What is that stuff? Returning to the regularity of this practice, because like with the regularity of it, it's like its status as object disappears more. And that's also conducive to a different kind of perception of time, a different experience of time, as markers like beginnings and endings, and events kind of recede away from your awareness. But then also just like getting into the physiological rhythm of it. It's that regularity being conducive to getting into the flow state. And it's like my relative non-flow for this episode so far, I feel like is evidence of my like neglecting this practice, you know. And so it's another one of those recalibrating type of episodes, I think. But that's not all it is. That's not all it has to be. It doesn't have to be limited to that. Can you believe the amount of space here? I feel in a little bit of like a lawless no man's land. Full of possibility. You can come out here and shoot cans of beer if you want. So I'm walking uphill again, and noticing myself in a similar state of like starting talking again, feeling like a little bit uphill. These correlations between the geography and my experience of thinking and speaking happen often. I feel as if I've backslid. Like there's still a gravitational pull that I'm trying to escape. But at the same time, like the gravitational pull of like a less fulfilling way of living, or a less fulfilling use of my time. Yet at the same time, it's like the I component of that statement of like, I feel like I'm trying to escape the gravitational pull of that like somewhat despondent like state of being mired in habit patterns that kind of limit myself. It's like the I component of that is seeking to like get outside of that. I feel like is something that could also be spoken of as having a pull, as having an upward pull, because you know that kind of discomfort of like, I'm not living as fully as I could, or I'm not quite fully realizing, what I exist here to do. Like, you know, that kind of discomfort, and it doesn't ever go away until you do something about it. And it's like, and so in that sense, it's like there's also this upward pull, this upward telos towards expansiveness and transcendence and all of that. And also, like, what that, like, the experience of being there, in my experience, is one of the dissolution of linear experience of time, of, you know, time expanding into the timelessness. And so, like an actual experience of something more infinite, whereas that more, like, reduced and limited sense of selfhood is actually bound by the linearity of time. It is actually it's temporal, and therefore temporary. But, like, the upper boundless state is not temporal. And it's more infinite. And so, like, there is actually a great kind of, like, comfort to be had in that. I mean, not comfort exactly, not comfort actually, but more like a recognition of the, like, inherent goodness of reality. And even though, like, at the moment I feel like I'm actually just kind of speaking of that more so than I am actually experiencing it. Although it's, I don't know, as I say that also sounds like a suspect statement. It is the sort of thing that you know, keeps me going in doing things that may be uncomfortable or difficult. Like keeping up this video series in the face of all apparent reason. Some little mushrooms. What is it? Is it a deadly gallerina? A little death door right there for you. Just in case you forgot that sort of thing is everywhere. But also, in a sense, not essentially real. I mean, I have to keep apologizing that I'm unsatisfied because I'm perceiving of my talking that it is still like a residual kind of talking a kind of talking that's like relating concepts based on the past experiences. And as such doesn't feel like the truest way that I could be talking, but it's like I'm a little frustrated because I think I'm just like experiencing my mind work a little more slow and less clearly than I would like it to. As a result of what I am interpreting as like a recalibration of my physiology at the moment, and my neurochemistry. Away from a cycle where I seek and experience pleasure from sensation, and hopefully towards one where I can kind of like relax into emptiness and relax the boundaries of self and like have the cessation of this seeking of pleasure. And you know, I feel even disappointed in my describing that to you, because I get the impression that you're the sort of person that's read and heard and thought exactly those types of things many times before. And so this might not be like on the generative edge of understanding for you, because it doesn't feel like it is for me either. But just wait till the next episode. Boy, howdy. If you're able to do the work of struggling through listening to this episode, your mind, your brain actually is going to be neurologically primed to like to really like dig into something in a very enjoyable way. And whether that comes in the form of like, you know, the next episode of Walking and Talking, or just something that happens subsequently in your life, some conversation that you had, it's gonna feel good. Because like, just imagine if you can have the discipline to sit through something as kind of dull and lackluster as this video. It's like there's an effect there of like, I mean, we could call it like upregulating your neurotransmitters and receptors, you know, to speak about it neurologically, but just like experientially, I think you can probably observe this, how the funness of some things, and like your propensity to feel really engaged in something can really be fueled by going through the opposite experience beforehand, of like, you know, just feeling in yourself the need for something interesting, for your mind to engage in something. Like letting that need build up a little bit till you're chomping at the bit to dig into something actually interesting, and then you are actually it's not necessarily the case that other things are like objectively more interesting, but your mind is primed in a way to discover interest, to become interested. So this is me kind of espousing the virtue of the boringness of this, even though it's not actually my intention for this to be boring at all. And it's also not entirely true, you know, to say as if this is objectively boring, but it's a reluctant admittance of my own subjective state, I think. And kind of supposing that this that it would be probably a similar experience for you. Probably. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not. Because the fact is, you have stuck with me thus far, and like, you are listening to what I'm saying. And like there's an investigation like of the dullness and the boringness going on that you're apparently, you know, willing to at least humor for some amount of time. And also on my part, there's a willingness for me to kind of labor through this subjective experience of the doldrums of being bored with my own thinking. Which just kind of hints that there might be something. There might be something here. This might not be... This might not be nothing. This might not be totally nothing. Wait, where did I just walk to? Did I hit a dead end? Why am I walking back already? I'm tempted to say something like this one is only for the hardcore fans, but more to the point is that this is for you. Regardless of any designation of whether you're hardcore or not. Or whether you're a fan or not, or whether you like this or not. Whether you like this or not, you're willing to keep listening. So there's got to be something there, something about that willingness. Like, is it a hope that you might find something? That there might be some form of reward in the form of making some kind of meaning of all of this. Interestingly for me, like, despite and maybe even like because of this experience of lack that I keep expressing, I feel kind of even more committed to doing it. Like, I kind of can't wait to start doing the next episode. I can feel the length of this. I can feel the duration. In a way, like thinking about the time ahead while referencing the time elapsed. It's not a pleasurable thought. It's not an exciting thought. But it is a thought that's also like very intertwined with my physiological state. Which I might be tempted to describe as a little tired. but that would also kind of be reducing it to a certain kind of plane that doesn't feel totally true. I am getting, yeah, I don't know. I got another. I'm feeling more and more glimpses of a different way of experiencing this moment that I don't know how to describe, but I'm just going, the best way for me to possibly attempt to start describing it is to continue forth talking without knowing even how the sentence is going to finish. And it occurs to me now that more than actually, rather than actually describing experience, that this way of continuing forth speaking is more an expression of it rather than a description of it, I think I could say. Because it's like it's not something that can be reached or ascertained or completed in any way. It's not an to be faithful to this experience that I have to refer to us as sharing more so than I can refer to it as my experience. To be faithful to this experience that we are sharing, you and I, it's not something that could be fully encapsulated or fully completed in any kind of description. But to like, it's more like we can seem to like apparently approach a greater experience of unity in this we can approach a greater experience of unity in realizing something more continuous, I guess I could say. And like each time I stop talking and that continuity becomes broken and reality kind of like races to concretize it, to reduce it into an object of thought. And in that way, like kind of misaligning or fragmenting or like separating our mental activities, kind of separating from this experience somewhat by turning the past into an object that that kind of seems to eclipse our experiencing of the present. But the way that I'm speaking of that as a negative thing is also indicative of mentally operating within an unnecessary dichotomy currently, that is the idea that a thought object of the past, present, that is present in the present, is something like not being present. You know, we can have that idea pretty easily of not being present versus being present. And then there's the other perspective of, in actuality, we are always present, even if our presence, even if like the content of our presence consists at least partially, or perhaps in large part, of thought objects relating to the past or the future, that is projections out of the present. But I'm recognizing myself again falling into the types of thought patterns that are predictable to me. And so again, this like feeling of lack comes up. And I'm also recognizing that that this process of like continual talking at the apparent edge of my thinking, like getting my talking closer up to the edge of my thinking, while in one sense does seem like a quote-unquote good direction to be moving in, as it does seem to like pull my experience into greater alignment and have me feeling more at the closer to the edge of creativity or the generative nature of things. It also, I'm wondering if it also has the potential as existing as a kind of object or a kind of like presupposed goal. Well, I mean, obviously it is a presupposed goal as per the parameters of this series of YouTube videos. That's interesting, is that as an object of thought is occurring and influencing this experience. Like it kind of is occurring to me as like freshly kind of interesting that that as a concept is in some way forming all of this, or at least framing all of it. I mean, that's true. That's obvious. And so, but I guess I observed that for a slight moment, this like there was there's what felt like a shift, or at least like I can perceive there's a memory now. There's a concept of a shift in the quality of my talking and in my thinking as well, from moving towards like a less continuous way of speaking, which continually manifested in expressions of dissatisfaction, to a more continuous mode of speaking that's more closely, that is, it's like more closely aligned with my actual speed of thinking, or at least I'm speaking continuously enough that the process of speaking is occupying more of my mind, and allowing less room for other thoughts to occur that aren't spoken. And I'm realizing I'm spending kind of a long-winded, I'm doing a kind of long-winded way to relate one apparent event that happened in my speaking, which was noticing, even in the case of, even with speaking much more continuously, still noticing my thought drift into a repetitive pattern that was just so recognizable to me, and so like another instance of this experience of alienation, or this experience of not feeling in alignment with what seems to be the fullest way of experiencing being alive. But now I'm kind of like, again, just as I heard myself finishing that last sentence, it prompted me to examine even more acutely my present state, or like what exactly is present, kind of like more accurately than the granularity of the expression of that sentence. You know what I mean? Like as if there's a certain kind of granularity of the ability to relate experience through words and as if I'm trying to get that granularity very small and to be like very immediately representative of my immediate experience. But it's also the case that the nature of those words themselves are becoming my experience, and this idea that there's an already pre-existing experience to be expressed by the words is evaporating a little bit, and that is interesting, and prompted another little shift in the quality of my awareness. And I could say that there's starting to be more of like an observation of the words happening, and less like honestly that there's maybe like an oscillating, or like a duality to like experiencing a locus of control, like I am the one speaking, or that like there's a locus of control as evidenced by the ability to exert will to keep speaking. So like I can definitely experience like the feeling of work of continuing to speak, and like as especially evidenced as like the for the majority of this video preceding this, like leading up to this, and the experience of will being possible, like experiencing, exercising ostensibly willpower to keep speaking continuously and to keep being as accurate as I can with what I'm saying and observing. So that being one half of a duality, but then on the other hand, a different experience that's more of witnessing the speaking happening, and of like witnessing the phenomenon of will being exercised but not identified with. But so like both of those being as real as each other, but also interestingly like very linked to each other, in that like they're kind of like creating each other. Like the in one sense, willpower being exercised to continue talking is kind of, could be said to be creating the conditions conducive to a more witnessing type of perspective on my talking. And then at the same time, that more witnessing type of perspective on my talking seems to reduce things like internal friction or cognitive dissonance that would like impede the talking, or make it feel more like work, or make it feel more difficult. And so that that could be said to be kind of like a virtuous feedback cycle going on. But I don't think we really need to get into talking about something as value laden as virtuous at the moment. I'm kind of seeing the difference between like the experience of thought and experience being generative, or as like kind of witnessing them at the point of origin, which also interestingly enough is increasingly vanishing, as if I try to like hone in my attention on some present. I can't actually locate the present. Like it like the attention just it goes past it, like kind of like the feeling of, you might have a sense of the future and the past, but and so like ostensibly at the infinitely small sliver at which they meet, you would locate the present. But in my attempt to locate that present, it could be described more like the edges of the future and the past actually overlap, and as if there is no actual present. And I am kind of feeling that, like there's not like an objective now, but also interestingly enough, like with the absence of an objective now, it also kind of obsoletes any kind of objective future or past, or like renders them kind of non-existent as well, or not real exactly. but I feel like, yeah, I was noticing, so I'm noticing the difference of that, of like honing in onto like this kind of vanishing point of becoming, versus like speaking, like the construction of verbal thought that is apparently temporal, and in the automaticness of the act of speaking, some kind of temporality being manifested that would seem to have like a splitting effect, that is a splitting of my experience into like a temporal stream that is engaged in articulating a thought verbally, and another aspect of experience that is not so temporal. But also, like now that I say that, it's I also see, I'm also seeing like the flimsiness of that construction of reality, that is of like the positing of a temporality as manifested by linguistic thought and expressed as speech. Because it's like I'm speaking. In one sense, I could say that I'm speaking temporally, that there's linear temporality involved and necessitated to convey a thought via speech, right? But at the same time, that doesn't represent like the top level of this experience. It doesn't represent the most real aspect of this experience. Like it is like the temporality of it, of the thought, does feel apparent as just a kind of extension of the atemporality. And like just to try to investigate that, like we can look at where do these thoughts exist? Like where are they in experience? And for one thing, just trying to like see if we can locate them temporally. So ostensibly, these thoughts are happening now, and then they're in the past. So like, let's you and I just try and locate the past. And interestingly enough, it's like I can't locate the past other than recognizing apparent content of the past. That is, like, things that happened in the past, apparently. Like, I don't feel like I can recognize a past that is empty of content, that is solely the container of content. You know, as a time, as an aspect of time. It's like it's only the content. But then, if I look at even the content itself, I recognize that it's also actually only in the present. Like, if you have good memory, you can probably recall something that I said in the past. But, you know, all that recalling is only in the present. But also it's like, it's kind of like all those things that I said in the past are contained here in the present. Like, even in what I'm saying. Like, if you try to find the present of what I'm saying, you know, try to find what I'm saying exactly in the now, in the present. Like, its meaning is also dependent on the apparent past, but what that kind of means is that it's all kind of like contracted into the present. But furthermore, like, even if everything is contracted into the present, I still can't actually locate the present. So there's a sense that, like, there's a sense that the thinking process here is like, some sense in which, like, the thoughts are like infinitely thin divisions of reality, kind of slicing in and out of it, but the reality being kind of like jello-like, in that it, like, reforms back together. Like, I almost have a comforting feeling, as if my thoughts aren't making an actual dent or wound in reality, but that reality reseals around them, like the bad liquid metal guy from Terminator 2, who you shoot a bullet in him and he just reforms around it. But, I mean, I suppose it should be acknowledged I guess it could be acknowledged here that there's something a little bit more lively happening. We are experiencing a little manifestation of what I can point to as an experience of lack in the former part of this video. I mean, again, you know, I'm kind of drawing conceptual lines in the video. I'm categorizing and making boxes to make sense out of this video by reducing it, of course. And that's a fine and all thing to do, but strikes me as not necessarily the best utilization of our time, which that in itself strikes me as an interesting thing to say in light of what I've just said. A little bit of a contradiction. But yeah, I can't say that I'm feeling the lack so much. But it's not so much that it's not the case that like I don't think it's the case that like something bad went away so much as the case that like something larger and more enveloping has like grown and revealed itself, and revealing that the so-called bad feeling was a part of that all along, which is, you know, what we suspected in the first place, and of course what that suspicion was enough to motivate us to keep going through this. And then, you know, and then it I feel called on to kind of like reconsider so many statements that I made in the earlier part of this video in light of the present experience. We haven't seen a single person or vehicle or man-made structure, really. Oh, I guess we saw a table. But, you know, let's keep let's stay on the Johnny here. There's some momentum here. There's something happening and there's nothing happening. Like, you know, having the feeling of needing to get out of something, having to escape the gravitational orbit of something. But my current perspective feels more analogous to a drilling into something. Going deeper into whatever it was, investigating deeper and with more keen insight into whatever it was that I found to be a problem to be escaped before. Or maybe to put it in like coldly scientific neurological terms, that over these few hours I've like neurologically recalibrated to my situation in order to lead towards contentment. Because I do feel pretty content, but it's also that's also very entwined in continuing to speak to you. And is also like, I guess, kind of paradoxically to say that the contentment is also a result of a feeling of active movement, of moving along, and of continuous change, and like riding with the change. And like my experience of talking kind of mirrors right now my experience of my geography, in that it feels so open and endless, and like we could go anywhere and it doesn't matter all that much, and there's still interest and beauty to be found like right in the details of wherever we happen to end up. And end up isn't exactly the right word, because, you know, it's constantly moving. I also want to be somewhat wary of like having the memory in my mind now of persisting through what felt like a long time of feeling of the inadequacy or unsatisfactoriness of myself or my performance and this experience, whatever, like in total, like just general unsatisfactoriness. Like I would posit that would kind of prime me to feel a propensity towards engaging in kind of an emotional high, and to start framing this experience in glowingly positive terms. While perhaps, like, I guess that could be indicative of like a type of ignorance and in ignorance of, like, I want to say not just like my emotional topography, but it also seems like there is an oscillating type of topography of the degree of temporality experienced. Do you know what I'm saying? Like this contrast of, feeling dukkha or unsatisfactoriness, or like to a greater, that taken to a greater degree described as suffering, versus this contrasting experience, and so, like, that what I'm describing as the unsatisfactoriness, or like to a greater degree suffering, having very much the sort of like inescapable experience of temporality, of time passing, and of mortality, very much implied in that temporality, and the experience of time being real, and therefore the experience of death being real, or at least the concept of death being kind of real and inescapable, as a certain type of extension of the experience of suffering. You know what I'm saying? Like that feeling of time passing, and not in a pleasant way, not in a good way, as contrasted to an experience like characterized by much more lightness and expansiveness and openness, marked by the absence of suffering, and marked by the absence of the feeling of temporality, like an experience approaching to varying degrees atemporality and infinity. And there appears actually to be like some kind of oscillating topology, in my experience, between those two things, which is also kind of paradoxical and illogical, because when you're talking about one as being limited by temporality and talking about one as being atemporal and infinite, and it's like, how can those actually be a proper dichotomy, or how can those be, how do those coexist? Feels like a somewhat paradoxical thing to think about it or talk about, but seems true to my experience. yeah, it's really interesting because like the 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 latter type of experience that I'm talking about of like of marked by the absence of suffering and just like general like feeling of ease and belongingness in reality, like apart from any like material conditioning, any material conditions and such, um, and like the absence of death as a real phenomenon. That's obviously like preferable, and so like is it possible to maximize that? And it's like in one sense, yes, like in that like in the way that I've learned for me that doing this, making these walking and talking videos is conducive, at least while making these videos and for some time lasting afterwards, I feel pulled into that like wholesomely happy way of being. And I can recognize that like when I neglect to practice or to like work on what's important, that I fall into the like the gravitational pull of that other way of being of feeling a much more constricted self that is bound by temporality and oppressed by the looming shadow of death sometime in the future, and is faced with the problem of its limitation. Whether that limitation be like temporal in the case of the inevitable, or limitation in terms of like what it's identified with, like material possession or public image or popularity or like influence, power, that sort of like mode of thinking about being like bigger in the world in that kind of sense, like bigger in the world in the sense that like Donald Trump is like big in the world. But then it's like as going, I guess, like moving forward and going through life and like learning those experiences and learning the difference between those types of experiences and getting some kind of intuition for what types of choices lead to which type of experience like that. Then it's like, when I do notice myself like feeling shitty, and that type of shitty feeling that I kind of described before, of the discomfort of knowing that you're not doing what's most important to you right now, or not being in full alignment of like the essence of your aliveness, if that's not too convoluted a turn of phrase. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not doing what you're here to do, and there's that discomfort, and that can kind of like snowball into chains of reaction to where like maybe you're reaching for pleasurable sensations in order to like quell that discomfort, or you're struggling and grasping for the types of enlarging yourself or trying to prolong yourself, like trying to make yourself bigger, so to speak, like whether temporally or like spatially or like conceptually, identity wise. So like trying your damn hardest to be the most powerful and most immortal billionaire in the world, to make yourself bigger and bigger and longer lasting. That can be like this sort of like painful grasping for to try and quell that discomfort that comes from not actually feeling like comfortably connected with reality, like comes from like feeling experiencing the sense of separation. And like that snowball effect that can happen, like the bigger that snowball gets, the more gravitational pull it can have. It seems like, the habit patterns start to reinforce themselves, whatever they'd be, whether it's like seeking pleasure from sensual things like eating food or eating junk food or drugs or whatever it is, or like trying to like seek security and expansion of the ego through like identity means of like blowing up your identity and like trying to make yourself of great importance and have control over others and that sort of thing. Like all those habit patterns and like aspects of identity can start to reinforce themselves and create a kind of gravity that becomes harder to escape from. And I noticed that in myself, and am incredibly grateful to just have discovered this practice of walking and talking that like is a way of like, if I'm able to, like to the extent that I'm able to do this regularly, can like burn through those built up things, those built up like markers of identity and patterns of reaching towards pleasure and that sort of thing, and I can feel like much more genuinely and like feel in a much more real way like feelings of generosity towards other people and of like a sincere just kind of desire to it's like helping the world doesn't actually like cover it because it's not like a feeling of sacrifice, it's not like it doesn't entail like some feeling of like losing anything valuable in order to like give to someone else, and also in the sense like this doesn't like imply any like really specific action like what I'm describing. It's not like a specific like prescription of like what to do, but it is an expansion of identity to expansion of identity with the world, of being identified with the world, that is a really good feeling. It's like it is a feeling that like eclipses like the need for security in the more like limited, individuated way of like needing to like, you know, secure my individual livelihood and future and that sort of thing. What time is it? Only 33 minutes left. It's just getting good. And I also feel like at now like really kind of grateful to notice that like the extent of like if we take like this 4-hour video or whatever as a microcosm, you know, which, you know, it's not to say that it's, you know, necessarily representative of a life as a whole, but like taking it as a container to look at, thinking of like what difficulty we had to go through to experience this moment that we're experiencing now, and it's like nothing. It's like there's no question that it's worth it, of just like, you know, like I guess like just to reduce it a little bit, like to and kind of like coarsely categorize the difficulty experienced in this video as about 2.5 hours of just of feeling like a mild amount of mental fog and like slight and like uncomfortable self-consciousness, and like the sort of uncomfortable recognition of unfavorable aspects of who I am being, like, you know, like feeling like some torpor, like, you know, experiencing that torpor, or like recognizing my own laziness, and and like my limitedness and that sort of thing, was, you know, it's like not that bad, in order to get to a point where you're feeling like a ton of clarity about your purpose in life, and a ton of gratitude for the experience of life at all, and like the like the deeply and genuinely good feeling of like getting beyond yourself, and like it's just there's just no question of the worthwhileness of like engaging in this sort of activity that kind of like pulls you out of the more reactive cycles where you can kind of like continuously and temporarily try and quell the discomforts of being with pleasurable things or acts of control or narcissism or whatever the heck it is. And it's yeah, like a like finding the real like genuine orientation of like orienting like what is individuated in you, what is the specificness of you, you know, like taking actually that the limitation of yourself, which is kind of like, you know, it's synonymous of like the way that you are individuated, like is a form of limitation, and then orienting yourself as an individual, like towards the world in a way that integrates, and the wholeness is not found like the wholeness is found like in that relation, in that orientation, rather than in anything that you could describe as entirely yourself as an individual. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's like completely clear or the best. But it's something, and then at the same time, like feeling much more attuned and receptive to beauty, and you know, like you know, maybe it's like maybe, you know, the objective world of where we are has something to do with it. Like maybe it's possible that like I happen to be sitting on a much more like an objectively more beautiful hill with a vista than I was before or something. But it's not that different, you know. We're still basically looking at a clear cut, but like the experience is one of profound beauty, and like what is jumping out at me like now is like the new growth here. Like there's this interchange here with all the dead stumps and logs you see with the newly planted trees growing up, and that this slice of it being very indicative of like the continuous change. Which is, you know, not for me to like actually like state anything about our society's environmental practices, or to state anything about this isn't making any assertions about the environmental soundness of where we are here, but just something more general. I kind of like, I'm feeling, interestingly, like, just once again, like kind of overwhelmed by I don't know, like life's potential to just completely expand beyond any conception of what we had. Let me put that in another way. Like, I'm reflecting on my current state, and in fact, like, kind of like reflecting on it's kind of like almost overwhelming quality of beauty and affirmation, and the way that the degree to which this experience like exceeds is I don't know, is like so completely exceeding any concept that I even possibly could have had about what this video is, or what making this video is, or what the series is, or what the practice even is. And and yet at the same time, it's like, from another perspective, it's like not so surprising that I have continued to do this, and that I can also, in my memory, like, kind of conceive of past moments of overwhelming beauty and affirmation and such. I hope I can remember how to get back. And I'm just kind of thinking about that in terms of life on the whole, like, we can have concepts of who we are and concepts of what the potential for our life is, like what the potential for our future is, based on concepts of who we are. And then it seems like inevitably, I don't know, like you can come into experiences that just completely blow apart those concepts, and you find that what you are, or what your life is, or what life is something so much, is so like incomprehensibly bigger and more expansive than anything that a concept or image could contain. I don't know, and I guess yeah, I guess for me, like, that kind of thing keeps being encapsulated in these videos for me, or at least in my experience of making these videos. Because you know, I can actually know in advance that my memory of this experience of making this video is necessarily going to be incredibly limited, but it's like my like kind of accumulated memories of making these videos has to be just strong enough to keep me making them, to keep me like oriented towards staying open. I guess. But I suspect I can't say like completely for sure that like the sort of like upward and expansive telos that I've described before, of that, you know, that manifests in that little discomfort feeling of like, I'm not doing the thing that I'm supposed to be doing in life, or whatever, or I'm not being the best that I could be, or all that I could be, or not realizing like the fullest manifestation of being possible, like that being, and you know, and that and it's that discomfort being a manifestation of this upward telos. Or another way to put that actually is like, not necessarily as a telos, but actually as evidence of unity and connectedness and inherent goodness that's already always present. That this discomfort is a evidence of not being like actively aligned with what is always already here and good and connected. But I was saying that intuitively, I guess I want to say that I think that anyone can anyone can notice that anyone can find this orientation in themselves, like wherever you are, whatever your situation, whatever the specificity of your individuated self, whoever you are as an individual, whatever situation you are, I mean, you may try different things, and some of them might work and some of them might not, and you may experience failure or go up dead ends and whatnot. But this inkling, this pull is always going to be there to guide you. Like it'll never, even if you have dark moments or something, or like really difficult times in your life, which you will, even contained within all of that, there is I think that you have I think that everyone has the capability of finding that at least that little tail, that little trail of a path towards a more expansive and aligned and wholesomely happy way of being, that is where you're living manifestation of connection with all of reality. It's that's there even as a part of darkness and feelings of isolation and that sort of thing. As or another way to put it is those what I'm calling dark experiences, or experience of isolation or of suffering, as I put it before, they are limited. They are and that's part of what is painful about them, is the feeling of limitation, of feeling like you're cut off from the rest of the world, or your subjective experience is so misaligned with the rest of the world, everyone else seems fucking crazy, or you can't feel seen, inability to connect or whatever. It's these are experiences of limitation, and like interestingly, like as such they are limited, and in their being limited, that like implies the the opposite of that, of connection, and of like belongingness, which is like an experience, which is like something that's much more like connected to the infinite. And it's like it's actually like why those states feel bad is important as like an orienting, motivating factor, like towards like realizing wholeness. And of course, when I say wholeness here, I'm kind of thinking more of like what I said earlier, the wholeness like realized in the integration of your limited individual self with the rest of reality. I was thinking now of like a title for this video, and I thought of It's Totally Worth It. But yeah, it feels like a good enough title that I shouldn't actually talk about it in the video. I should just title it that. As a little mini mantra. And I do feel also like much more reaffirmed at this moment of what I think I postulated in the earlier part of this video, of all those difficulties like retroactively being integrated and reconciled and being made sense of, and like being realized as a component of wholeness. I want to say that like like speaking about like the idea of like service, or of like the feeling of expanding your identification to be more with the world. So in other words, like expanding your empathy and compassion, and like feeling the natural desire to like help, so to speak, and how that is very much not at odds with like yourself. It's not a sacrifice in that, like for me, that the in the work that I can actually like recognize as being like a mode of connection, and a like I can experience it as like help in like the greatest sense that I know of, and the greatest sense that I can conceive of. Or let's just say that like in the act of like I guess what we'll call service, even though I'm like a little bit like skeptical of the connotations of that, there's no like you there's no like worry of like, you don't have to think about that in any terms of like scarcity mindset of like I won't be helped, or like I'll sacrifice, you know, too much or something. Like for me, when I'm like when I am actually aligned with helping or service in my truest conception of it, and like not like a more superficial, like socially constructed version of it, like what I am being in that action is something that's like immortal, so to speak. Or something that is not mortal. It's because it's like it is an act of connecting with the rest of reality, and like what it entails is not like, it's not like not something that is bound by like death. I don't know. I don't know if I'm being very clear on this, but, or to put it another way, it's like I kind of want to say that like the form of like help that feels the most real to me, or the which is kind of synonymous to the way of being in the world that feels the most authentic, or the way of connecting with the world that feels the most real. All right, gotta remember, try to remember where I came from. I think it's this way. I guess we're at the 4 hours. That is like in the act of that, it's like you are kind of like becoming something that's not bound by time, and so it's like you like that's kind of what I would say is like the answer to mortality, like the quintessential problem of being alive is just help other people. And that's it in a way. Like if you wanted to try and reduce something to something like that, something small like that, or like, yeah. Anyhow, I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. See you next time. Bye.